I'm a music teacher who's never heard the Sonic Unleashed OST before in my life, so join me as we discover hidden connections, learn a little bit about music, and have some fun along the way. We're gonna get started with Endless Possibility. Here we go. Oh my gosh, what a way to start this OST. So, couple things to point out. Number one, in the key of E major, the main chords we're hearing are E to A in the verse. However, it's not quite that cut and dry because there's this really cool thing going on where there's an A, but it's going. and then it goes back to the E. So that little walking up figure, let's understand what's actually happening there within this A chord right here in the verse. Well, what's happening is we have an A, but then it's walking up the scale back up to E. So we hear a B, then we hear a C sharp, then we hear a D sharp, which is the most exciting note here, and I'll explain why in a second, and then it heads back to the E chord. Now, why is this D sharp so exciting, in my opinion? Well, because of the sound it creates right here. Ooh, that's called a tritone. Typically, we think about this as being a dissonant interval because, well, it is a dissonant interval. It sounds dissonant. However, in this context, it creates something of a Lydian sound. A Lydian meaning a sharp 4, because a Lydian mode is when you would have all the notes of an A major scale, but we'd raise the 4. So typically in an A major scale, we'd have a D without the sharp business going on there, just a regular D. But here there's a D sharp. So a raised 4 that's creating that Lydian sound there. And wow, what a delightful way to get this OST started. And then going on to the pre-chorus here, cool stuff with a 6, 5, 1, and I'm gonna tune my guitar on this next one. Let's keep it cooking. Jurassic Park? Yeah, exactly. John Williams much? That's what I was thinking. Or is it Indiana Jones? Is that Indiana Jones? Indiana Jones. Sorry, I'm talking over the music. Okay, well, we have two motifs in here we're going to talk about. The first one, I'm going to call the Indiana Jones motif. Why? That's Indiana Jones. I'm pretty sure it's Indiana Jones. It's either Indiana Jones or a different John. It's John Williams. Any way you slice it, that's an Indiana Jones motif right there. And if you're going, well, hang on a second, how dare you blaspheme the name of Sonic by bringing the name of John Williams into this? Well, guess what? I just done did, and that's because that done is Indiana Jonesy. So I'm going to call that the IJ motif 1. We're going to call that the Indiana Jones motif. They are both goated. Now, I heard chat talking about another motif in the middle of this here, so we're going to actually backtrack a moment here to make sure we have motif number 2 so we can watch out for that as we go through this piece of music here. And this entire OST as well. This motif right here is the other one. That. All right, so that's outlining an F major. That, all right. So let's understand what that is. We're still in the key of F major here, and it's going 5, 1, 4, 3, 1, 5. Let's see what happens next. That'll be the first part of the motif. Now, multiple motifs will join together to create subphrases. Those subphrases will join together to create phrases, and those phrases together oftentimes will join together to create a theme. Now, sometimes a theme can just be a motif. When a theme is just a motif, meaning the theme represents a person, place, or thing. When just a motif represents a person, place, or thing, that's actually going to be a light motif. A light motif is a musical tidbit that's going to represent a person, place, or thing. It's really pretty. All right, so that's gonna call that motif. Really, this would be another motif, but that's fine. So it's 5, 2, 3, 2. 2, 1, 7, 1, 2, 1, 7, 1, which is now sounding a little Toby Foxian. Yeah, I know Toby Fox came later. Relax, but you know what I mean. Okay. Would be the Toby Foxy. Anyway, all right, great. We got us some motifs we're gonna look out for. Let's review them real quick. So we have the Indiana Jones, which is that's gonna be our Indiana Jones, and then we have our I could show you the world, which is we're gonna call that the Aladdin. All right, so we have the Indiana Jones, we have the Aladdin. All right, we have the I could show you the world. Could show you the world. And then we have the Toby Fox. Now, if I forget these names and trip over these later, but also that really is Aladdin. So far we have John Williams. Who's the composer for Aladdin? Can someone look that up real quick and put that in the chat? I do not know that. Aladdin, the Disney thing. We'll check it out. All right, next. John Williams again, but now Star Wars. Oh, come on now. I can show you the world. That's our Aladdin right there. On motif 2. Minor Aladdin. Oh yeah. I can show you the world right there. That's our Aladdin. But I'm just gonna yell Aladdin every time I hear that motif. Aladdin. Again, Aladdin. Aladdin. Narration. Oh, come on now. I can show you the world right there, Aladdin in there. Again, John Williams here. So John Williams. It's like episode 4. Not this. Motif 2 right there at the end. Wow, a truly cinematic start to this Sonic OST. Not at all what I was expecting. walking in after having listened to several Sonic OSTs, and I've actually played a couple of Sonic games. Haven't played this one, but I've played the one, it was the new, I don't remember the name of it. It was the newer one, but it was still the 2D. I did that, you're like, yeah, well, which one? It was the new one. It had Tails and Sonic on the front, and the background was orange. This is what I can tell you. And the first game I ever played was a Sonic game, actually, way back in the day. When I got my hair cut when I was like 4 years old, they stuck me in a chair, and I remember it because I'd never played a video game before, and I was playing Sonic on a Sega. Believe it or not, my barber had a Sega back in the day. Beautiful stuff. All right, so some incredible stuff here. Obviously, I mean, the orchestration is just absolutely there. The mixing is there. It sounds like we're watching a piece of cinema, which I was watching the chat. Turns out there's a cutscene playing here. Makes a lot of sense. What did we hear? Well, we actually heard our motif 2, which I'm colloquially calling Aladdin. Why? Because it has the could show you the world. If you hear I could show you the world from Aladdin, that's going to be our motif number 2. Now, motif number 1, I didn't hear. Well, perhaps I did. I heard da, 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 da. I heard the rhythm of it. There was one thing as well here. I'm going to back up just a little bit. This. Is that a motif I should remember for later, chat? That seems important. Tell me if that's something I should have down. Motif is motif 2 is the most important. That is another motif. All right, because that seems important. So I'm going to write that down. That's another motif. All right, we're going to write that down as well. That's going to be motif 3. And you know what's interesting? This is now the second game in a row that we've looked at where motif 2 was actually the one that happened more often. We just checked out The Witcher 3 on this channel about a week and a half ago or so. And motif 2 was the motif that showed up for Geralt, for Ciri, for the King of the Wild Hunt. I forget his name. But the point is, that was the second motif we heard. Interesting. All right, so let's go through and pick out what's going on here. Something. All right, so it starts off walking up just an E flat minor scale. So if we're in the key of E flat, which you're not always going to be, but this is just for us to understand. It's going 1, 2, flat 3, 4, but now it's going to go somewhere different. Can you guys hear the guitar okay? Not the two in the chat if you hear the guitar okay. The guitar needs to go louder and louder. All right, then it's like it goes up a major third. So going up a major third. And then we have 1, 2, flat 3. Ooh, up a major third again. Interesting. But down an octave, so technically down a minor 6. But the point is it's still going from a G to a B. Then 1, 2, flat 3 again. I'm guessing this is a boss or something. Perhaps Eggman or some other nefarious something. Oh, that was B flat, not B. Excuse me. That's a minor third that time. So it's a major third the first time, and it's up a minor third the second time. Major third, minor third the second time. Well, really it's down, but that's okay. All right, to B flat. So to G, to B flat. Oh, that's just B flat again? And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Flat 3, 4. And I'm seeing dark Gaia motif. All right, we'll call it dark Gaia. Dark Gaia motif. All right, so our dark Gaia motif, if we understand what makes it the motif that it is, it's essentially going up 1, 2, flat 3 in different places. We won't cover the different places because this might have just been the very first time it's presented. We'll see when it comes back later. But what we're going to look for is that a whole lot, where there's actually 2 instances of the 2 before it goes to the flat 3. And really there's 2 different ways of presenting this motif, or there's 2 different parts to this motif. The first is a 1, 2, 2, flat 3. The next is just a 1, 2, flat 3, 4. And we see here as well, 1, 2, 2, flat 3. So there's 2 distinct ideas. The distinct idea number 1 is 1, 2, 2, flat 3. And then we have 1, 2, flat 3, 4. So I would actually argue that we have 2 separate motifs here. And then I looked in the chat, and it said there's like 2 separate villains. So this perhaps actually represents 2 separate villains, both aligned in nefarious intent and aligned in nefarious outcome. Why do I say that? Well, because we look, they both have similar gestures. They start on similar notes. They're in similar keys, at least here at the end, when it shows up. And so it's almost like first we have the first villain introduced, we have the second villain introduced, and then we have both villains on the same page in the same key, represented in the music. So here we have villain 1, and villain 1 sounds like this. Excuse me, sounds like this. Here's villain 2. Now here's villain 2 again. And now back to villain 1. So go ahead and let me know if that analysis based on the music alone is correct and whether we've actually discovered a hidden connection in the music between the story and the music, that it's showing us 2 separate villains aligned in purpose, perhaps having a conversation then ending up aligned in purpose. And let's keep going. Also, I'll be blowing my nose during the stream. Motif 2 right there. Yeah, I didn't catch Eggman motif. Tell me next time it comes by. I'll grab it. Ah, motif 1. Cool. Gesturing motif 2 there. Motif 2 again. This is cool. Ah, fantastic. All right, cool. So we actually just heard a new journey. And in A New Journey, what did we hear? It started off with motif 2. That was our Aladdin style thing. Then we heard that Indiana Jones, and then it came back to the Aladdin. So you can start to see that even though this is a large spanning OST, we're actually already starting to be able to chunk it down and break it into parts that are more easily understandable just based on what we've heard in the first couple of pieces with the motifs that we've identified. Let's keep it going. Oh, come on now. Woo! Oh, get Django on it. Wow, fire. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, there's so many things I can talk about in this. The one thing I want to point out to you is actually just the intro. Why do I want to point out just the intro to you? Because it actually has a connection back to the very first piece of music we heard in this OST. The very first piece of music we heard in this OST was in the key of E major, and the first two chords for the verse were 1 to 4 in the key of E major. Now, for this, in the intro, guess what the chords are? It's that 1 to 4 relationship, changing slightly. We're in the key of D, not the key of E, and the quality of the chord is also changed as well. We have a D major 7 to a G major 7, but still that 1 to 4 relationship. I like to call it a plagal relationship. Plagal, like, you know, the plague, and then ol as in like describing something that's like the plague. Plagal, but it's got nothing to do with plagues or bagels, even if you're hungry. It has to do with the relationship of a 4. Here you can see that's a Roman numeral 4 to the 1. That is a plagal relationship in music. It's plagal. Why? Plagal because it's ending on the 4, and there's a reason having to do with old-timey words and languages why plagal even means 4. But for right now, just okay, whenever I hear plagal, I think bagel, and I think 4 bagels, and then there it means plagal means 4. Plagal, bagel, 4 bagels, 4. There you go. So plagal means that for relationship, bringing us back. Now, by the way, if you're a gamer and you're going, man, this is so cool, understanding music, seeing how it all works, and I bet I could use some of this to make my own music. Well, guess what? I actually created a free video game music starter pack for you. I put the link pinned in the chat. It's also in the description of this video. I'll put it in the pinned comment once the replay's up. Click on that, go grab it. It's gonna get you a start for composing and creating your own music for 0 clams, or $0, or even 0 rupees, depending on what place you come from. It's totally free. I made it for you. It's stuff that, real talk, I actually used to charge $250 for the course, and I've actually made it now for totally free, 100% for you. You'll click on that link. That's gonna be pinned in the description, and it'll pinned in the chat and in the description and in the comments below. Go ahead, check that out now. All right, next up. Crazy. If you took the drums out of this entire piece of music, played everything else for me, and said, I will give you $20 million if you guess what the drum sound is going to be, not in 20 million years of guessing would I have guessed the drum sound that is present in this piece of music. When I tell you that this is revolutionary, groundbreaking, someone's gonna be like, yeah, well, actually, technically 3 years before. Like, no, I get it, but like, that is groundbreaking. That's insane. Let me play this one part for you. Like, those drums are nuts. On top of the fact that, like, there's this distorted, a hybrid drum sounding thing going on, especially with the snare, there's actually reverse drum sounds where the drum sounds are being played backwards and forwards. Insane. Absolutely insane. I have never heard anything like that before in my life. That, gorgeous. Absolutely amazing. Let's keep it rocking. All right, let's talk about one thing right here. All right, check out this one thing here. Let's put a little zhuzh on it. So let's understand what's going on there in the first night. So in the first night, we're hearing what is essentially D major to D minor in arpeggiated form, which is a broken chord in second inversion. Now that's a mouthful, so I'm gonna break down each part so you can understand it, even if you know nothing about music. All right, this is a note, this is a note, this is a note, this is a note. Now, if we take all these notes and we put them together, well, not all those big notes, but you take a couple different notes, put them together at the same time, you get a chord. Now, what happens is a broken chord is when we take that chord and we play it one note at a time. Right? Type a 2 in the chat if you, or in the comments if you watch this afterwards, if you can hear that this and that, they're related. It's the same component parts, just isolated. And even if you know nothing about music, you go, yeah, I hear it. It sounds similar. Okay. Now, what's happening is it's in second inversion. What does that mean? Second inversion means instead of starting with what would typically be the lowest note, or even the second lowest note, it's starting with the third lowest note and stacking what would be the first two notes on top of that. So like this. So typically we'd start here, but instead we're taking this highest note and dropping it down. And again, type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the connection. That and that. And by the way, even if you know nothing about music, you can hear that connection. And do you want to know how you can spot that connection? It's actually your brain is running math. Kind of, sort of. This and this are half the number of cycles per second in terms of how fast the sound wave like vibrates. So this sound wave is vibrating at twice the speed. Well, actually, yeah, twice the speed as this sound wave. And so your brain's actually going, yeah, I can hear that those are vibrating in a way that is proportional, that there's a relationship between them. And so you can actually hear that. So we're taking that highest note, putting it down, then leaving the other two. So what's happening here is we're hearing that broken chord in second inversion, and it's major. Let's break that down. Major means basically a happy sound. Type a 3 in the chat if you would agree, not totally 100%, but like directionally, that this sounds like a relatively happy sound. Now, obviously, I'm stacking the deck and I'm giving you the word happy before, but play along anyway. Does this sound directionally like a happy sound? All right, so that's major. Now, if we change one note out of this happy sound, again, directionally speaking, it's not watertight, play along, we're gonna have some fun. This sound right here might sound a little bit more sad or a little bit more pensive or kind of like a gray, rainy day in autumn. Right there. So that's minor. That's what we're gonna call the sum of all of those notes together, creating that chord, that particular chord sound. We're gonna describe the quality of that chord sound as being major, happy, or minor, sad. And again, the happy, sad labels, it's very broad, it's low resolution way of thinking about it, and directionally it works. So what we have here is a broken chord of D major and then broken chord of D minor in second inversion. Here's the major, here's the minor, and then it's back to major, then minor, then major, then minor. And this is not something you hear every day. It is not terribly common that you would hear first a D major and then a D minor, one after the other, going around and around. That is not something you hear every day. And if you're wondering what this minus sign is, that's the minor for D minor. Not something you hear every day. All right, let's keep it going. So that ostinato figure of dum, 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 we heard that back in one of the opening cinematic figures. So what does ostinato mean? Ostinato means that there is a sound that we're hearing that's happening over and over again so many times we could describe it as being stubborn. It's repeating stubbornly. So this here, I'd describe that as a stubborn repetition. Dum, 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 dum. That, I describe that as ostinato. So it's spelled ostinato. There might be two T's there. But yeah, ostinato. And you say it like the city Austin. And then like a car. Austin, auto. Here's my car. Whee! That's a car. Great. Good stuff. All right, let's keep it going. All right, we're actually gonna pull that back. I wanna grab whatever. Like a B flat minor 9. That chord right there. Is that it? No, not quite. Ah, whatever. We'll get the next one. Keep it going. Well, okay, fine. We're just gonna call it. Fine, we'll just call it the 7. I'm gonna call it the 7 diminished of 3. Diminished 7 of 3. Okay, so this chord progression, really beautiful. We have this bossa nova style thing going on. We have a D, well, we'll call this a major 7, so D major 7, so D to the 5 of 4 to 4, major 7, then to 4, I don't play that as 4 minor 6, to the 3, to the 7 diminished, 7 fully diminished 7 of 3, I'm going to call that there. It's really just a passing chord. To 2, to 5, we do sus4 to 3. 4 to 3 there, and then it's a 7 chord. And then back to the top. 1, and then the D7 brings us to the G major 7, G minor, 3, pass it, 2, 5, 1. Back we go. Let's keep it rocking. Motif 2. All right, so let's talk about Motif 2 for a second here. So Motif 2, if we play it a little higher than where we heard it, well, where I played originally. Now, it changes a little bit the second time. And then again, the second time changes. So if you're creating music, how can you get more out of what you already did? Well, take a motif you did, like 5, 1, 4, 3, 1, 5, and then just repeat it. 5, 1, 4, 3, 1, and then instead of going down back to 5, just do 5, but this time it's an octave up. So look, this motif gets double the lifespan just by changing the octave register of one of the notes. It's all the same notes. So we have C, F, B flat, A, F, C. Now the second time through it's C, F, B flat, A, F. It's C, but again, like we talked about before, it's that doubling of the vibrations of the sound wave, so you can hear it's similar but higher. Let's keep it rocking. All right, pull it back for 1 second. Yeah, I thought so. All right. Okay, so what's the name of this piece? Tornado Defense. All right, so Tornado Defense, Sonic Unleashed OST. We're in the key of C major. Now, here's the thing. It starts off on a 1 chord, C. In fact, we'll call it C major 7. Now, where does it go next? It goes technically to what we could refer to as the 5 of 5. I'm not going to call it that way. Why? I'm just going to call it the major 2. Why? Because it's not actually serving a secondary dominant function. So I'm just going to call it the 2. And then it goes to a 4 minor 6. And that is the entire main chord progression. Let's hear what that sounds like. We have the 1 major 7. Well, I just didn't sing that very well, but hey. There we go. Molto bene. All right, let's keep it going. Well, I'll tell you, one of the things I really loved to this track was, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it was the I don't think we'll quite that. Yeah, something like that. Beautiful stuff. All right, let's keep it going. Call response. spy stuff. Alright, who's spying on who right now? Someone's spying. Oh, beautiful call response. All right, let me show you what I mean by call response. Listen, right here, right here. Dun, 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 dee, dun, dun. All right, so what do you had? We had bup, 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 bup. So we had four, we have four attacks of two sounds. Bup, 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 bup. Now listen. Again, four sounds of two attacks. But it's a different instrument that's happening afterwards. So we had the call of bup, 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 and then the response of bup, 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 bup. Now listen to it. It's going to happen again. Again. Call and response. Type C and R in the chat if you're clocking, getting, and you've understood call and response. One instrument calls out the thing, another instrument responds back with the same thing. It's like an echo. Call response. Go ahead and type it in the chat if you're getting it. Let's keep it going. Call response there too. Sounds to me like a lot of this was actually done with live instruments. How can I tell? Because some of the instruments are just the teeniest, tiniest little bit humanly out of tune. Just a skitchity scooch. We heard guitar a little bit ago, a little bit out of tune here, a little bit out of tune, but that's actually one of the beauties of human performance. And also, if you're well-versed in music creation, you will also know that sometimes that the instruments you buy from music-making companies, they're also a little out of tune sometimes themselves. All right, let's keep on rocking in the free world. This next one. So pretty. All right, so Gaia Manuscripts, we hear a distinct chord progression that actually takes shape as the piece progresses. We start off with a C major, and then it goes to A flat, and then some form of B flat, back to C, and it evolves. There's some add chords in there, some added seconds, along with the thirds, going through this. Now, type a 2 in the chat if this sounds a little bit like sort of Captain America E. Like this could be like just the chords like superhero chords. Maybe not all the twinkly stuff up top. Like the strings. It's like the moment when the superheroes, like, they've been knocked down and they're making their plan to really go get the bad guys and how they're really gonna go get them. Or they're just making their first plan about how they're gonna win. Yeah, a little Avengers-y, right? And a lot of that has to do with the harmony. All right, let's keep it cooking. Oh, my YouTube's taking a moment here to load. There we go. Is this our Eggman motif? Okay, cool. All right, so what do we have? It is kind of like it's in the key of E flat, is Eggman, which would make sense because, you know, E. Excuse me. I've been holding that one in all stream. That was an hour and 17-minute sneeze coming right at you right there. All right, so we have. Whoa! Excuse me. Yeah, you know we're live. When it's like he could have edited that out. All right, and then we're just chromatic up from 5. Excuse me. Up from 5, and then it goes to 7, and that's chromatic, and then. Excuse me. Oh, not 7. 3. I can do music theory and sneeze at the same time. And then 3 drops down. Tritone. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, call response. Oh, the cute dog is back. I'm gonna pull back. I want to grab that chord progression. Alright, 1 over flat 7. And then I think that's Rivers in the Desert. Interesting. Okay. 2, 4 in first inversion. Then to a proper flat 7. Interesting. Okay, and then what I'm going to call 5 minor to flat 7 back to 1. This is a interesting chord progression. Okay, so really, oh well, it's staying in the mode. Okay, so this is, you don't actually see this every day, guys. This is cool. So this is solidly and squarely in what I'm going to call A flat mixolydian. All right, why am I going to call this A flat mixolydian? Well, and why is this so cool too? Mixolydian. All right, this is so cool because you actually don't see this every day when it comes to the mixolydian mode. Oftentimes, you will hear the mixolydian mode be used in the melody, but then the chords don't necessarily also follow along with the mixolydian mode. But the fact that the 5 minor is here actually proves and shows that we are truly, truly within the mixolydian mode. Why is that, you ask? Well, let me tell you. The 5 minor and the flat 7 here. Well, first let's understand what a mixolydian mode is. So a mixolydian mode is when we have a major scale. Now, how do we know what a major scale is? Well, a scale is a group of notes in a particular order where they have a particular spacing between them. And the major scale has a spacing of whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. And so how this works is if the first note is D flat, up a whole step from D flat is E flat, up a half step is going to be F, up a whole step is going to be, F flat, up a whole step, well, hold on, I'm getting lost here. D flat, E flat, no, F is right, up a half step, right, yeah, okay, so here's the first whole, I know how music works. All right, flat, half is to G flat, Now our next whole is to A flat, next whole is to B flat, and then our next whole is to C, and then our last half is back home to D flat. All right, so that's our whole half, a whole half. Now what happens in the Mixolydian mode is instead of starting here on the D flat, actually we're going to start here on the A flat, use all the same notes, but instead of emphasizing D as the primary place, the primary resting spot, what I'm going to call the home tone, instead of D flat being the primary home tone, the primary home tone is instead going to be A flat. Because A flat is now the primary home tone, all the other notes are going to be compared in your ear to A flat. But that also means that the order of whole and half steps is actually going to change here. So instead of being whole, whole, half, whole, whole, half, it's going to be whole, whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, is what the order is going to be. So it's a different order and sequence, which means that when we stack all these together to create chords, the chords are going to be in different order and sequence as well. So typically, when we harmonize a D major scale, we'd have a D flat major chord, then we'd have an E flat minor, we'd have an F minor, we'd have a G flat major, we'd have an A flat major, we'd have a B flat minor, we'd have a C diminished, and then we'd be back to D flat. Now this means that our 1 is going to be D flat, our 2 minor is going to be E flat, our 3 minor is going to be F, our 4 is going to be G flat, our 5 is A flat, our 6 minor is B flat, and our 7 diminished is C. Now what happens here is if instead we said A is 1, then all of a sudden, check this out, B flat is now 2, C is now 3 diminished, D flat is now 4, E flat is now 5, F minor is now, it's 5 minor, and then F is now 6 minor, and G flat is now flat 7 major. All right, so this is how we know if we see the E flat, the 5 minor, right here, I'm going to color this in green. Sorry if you're colorblind, just the thing I'm highlighting right now. This 5 right here and this flat 7 right here, we can see in the chords for this piece of music, we have, sure enough, a 5 minor here and a flat 7 here. And that's what's cluing us in that we're actually in the A Mixolydian mode instead of the key of D flat major. Boom! Next. All right, that was a fun time. Now, if we're gonna isolate that melody out, I may be paraphrasing a little bit here, but hello. There we go. All right, well, let's get it one time, shall we? There you go, my own take on it. That's Savannah Citadel Day. That is a lot of fun. Let's check out this next one.
Ah, motif 2.
There it is.
Add motif 1. Motif 2. More motif 2. Type it to the chat if you hear motif 2. There it is, right there on the money. Motif 1. Type 1 if you hear motif 1. Oh.
Oh my gosh, so cool and so awesome to hear Motif 1 and Motif 2. They were all the way back at the start of this OST being snuck in different variations and in different contexts like we hear right at the end. Oh my goodness. Type a 2 in the chat if you could hear Motif 2 and type a 1 in the chat if you could hear Motif 1 and type 3 because 2 plus 1 is 3 if you could hear both while we were listening to that piece of music. Now, if you're going, Dan, I hear what you're saying, there's Motif 2 in there, I hear what you're saying, there's Motif 1, and I couldn't quite hear it, but I still really want to get this, and I actually want to create my own music. Listen, I said this at the start, but I'll say this again because it's a live stream, we got new people coming in. I'm putting a link in the chat right now. You're a gamer, you want to create your own music? Crush that link that I just put in the chat. Go sign up. It's a free video game music starter pack. I used to charge $250 for just one of the courses that I've put in that starter pack. Go ahead, check that out. It's totally free for you to get started creating your own music. So go ahead, click that link that's put in the chat and get started. All right, here we go. Boss stage clear. Let's check it out. Beautiful. Let's keep it going. Motif 2. Gorgeous.
Holoska. Holoska? Holoska. Holoska. Any way you want to pronounce it. Really beautiful chord progression we got going on there. So what we can hear is it starts in C major and it just hangs that one. Beat out a lot of nerve, don't you, baby? I only hit the curve, 'cause you made me. You telling all your friends that I'm crazy, like I'm the only one. I mean, yeah, and then it's. Wow. And then it does 1 with a flat 7 to a 6, something like a flat 6 to a 2 to a 5. And one more time, Post Malone X Sonic. Let's do this thing. With a sore throat and a cold. You got a lot of nerve, don't you, baby? I only hit the girl 'cause you made me. You're telling all your friends that I'm crazy, like I'm the only one. Type a 2 in the chat if you even knew that song that I just played. I feel like it's not the right crowd for that. All right, let's keep it going. looping here? Yeah, it seemed like it was looping. Now, you want to hear something really cool? There's actually a connection between Cool Edge Day and the very first track of this entire OST. The very first track of this OST, the pre-chorus was like... It was 6-5-1 in the key of E. Now here, it's 1-6-5, again, key of E. I just got the headphones again, a delay. Fun stuff. So right there, what do we have? Well, we're in the key of E major. E major. Major. A major chord. It's E major. Major. I'm half British. I got a British passport. Relax. You are. I think he's having a laugh. All right. So we have E. We're in the key of E. We've got 1. And then we have 6, 5, and that repeats. And then it goes 4, and then again 6, 5. Cool stuff. Let's keep it going. Oh my! This is gorgeous. Oh yeah, come on now. Oh! You know, that was just a gorgeous piece of music, period, full stop. Like, I don't care if that's part of an OST, like, that you've got an emotional connection to the game or whatever. Like, that's a fire track. Like, that sounds awesome. That sounds incredible. Like, that is an awesome piece of music. The mix on it, the mastering, just the tempo that they picked. The playing was incredible. The recording, oh, the whole thing, just absolutely delicious. Let's check out this next one, which is called Rooftop Run. Let's do it. Here we go. All right, so many cool things there. First of all, just this riff. And then how in the middle is like, oh, so cool. Now, another cool thing here is the sort of ninth Jimi Hendrixian style chords we could hear going on that sounded something like this. Super fun stuff. Super fun stuff. All right, let's keep this going with Gaia Gate.
absolutely gorgeous. So we heard the return of Motif 2 in Gaia Gate. Let's keep it rocking with Chun-nan, or Chun-nan. Oh yeah. Air who? Look it up. Interesting ending. One thing I want to point out here is that the percussion being used is a cajon. And the cajon is traditionally a... interesting. Can someone look up for me where a cajon comes from? I think of it as being part of like Latin music, but I could be wrong on that. Would someone double check, do a quick Google on where the cajon... Where does a cajon, K-A-J-O-N, cajon, originate from? But anyway you slice it, I don't believe a cajon is Chinese. We can actually hear the cajon here being used. Peru, thank you. So you can hear a cajon being used in Chinese music. Not something that you hear every day. So this is, again, being inventive and creative with the percussion that's being used in this OST. Let's keep it rocking with Dragon Road.
All right, so again, we're hearing this cross-pollination in terms of instruments. We're hearing some electric bass, some traditional Chinese vibes going on. We're really bringing things together in a mélange, if you will. Un mélange très original. It's a very, very original way of making the mélange, the mixing of the sounds and the music. And it sounds awesome. It sounds absolutely fantastic. Now, people keep saying, stop thinking about pollen. You know, I think I actually did maybe catch a cold. I don't think it's allergies, but thank you. All right, let's keep it cooking with this next one. Boss Battle Dite. They did a little bit. They did love y'all. That's motif too, but... kind of motif too, gesturing here. like an exact repeat of what we heard last time. Just listen now to that. Let's pull back one time here. Interesting. All right, so we have motif 2 present here that we've been hearing throughout this OST, except now it's changed. Instead of now it's so it's changing things. Instead of 5-1, well, there's different ways we can think about it. I'd still think about it as being an E. So instead of going 5-1, it's going flat 6-1, flat 6-1, 3, flat 3-1, 5, flat 6-1, 3, flat 3-1, 5. So it's the same idea as motif 2 in the sense that the 5 is at an octave up from the first one. But yeah, so we can look, by the way, type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the connection between what I just broke down for you and motif 2 we've been hearing throughout this entire OST. Type a 2 in the chat. All right, let's keep it going. Come on now. There's Eggman's theme right there. Eggman motif right there. Well, his theme, I'm gonna call it. Eggman. Now, even though we only heard his theme right at the end, we actually heard pieces gesturing at the very start of Eggman. Why? Eggman starts with a minor second. Well, if we do it here. It starts with a half step, but we can actually hear half steps. There. Right there, that's a half step. So that's actually, in my opinion, gesturing at Eggman. Eggman, ooh ah. Alright, Rooftop Run day.
All right. Check this out. The chord progression for Rooftop Run Day, it's 1 to 2. You could also call this 505. In this case, I'm going to call this 2 because it's not serving a secondary dominant function. 2 to 4, back to 1. 1, 2, 4, 1. Now, also, see you driving around town with the girl I love, and I'm like, forget you. I guess the change in my pocket, no, it wasn't enough, and I'm like, forget you. Same chord progression. Interesting stuff. Let's keep it going. Oh yeah. Ah. All right. Here's my question for you, and let me know in the chat, and if you're watching this video after the live, let me know in the comments. Out of, let's say, Rooftop Run and Spagonia, type a D or an N for which one you prefer, the day or the night. And after we get a couple votes in, I'll tell you what my thought is, but I don't want to color the results here. Not that you can't think for yourself, but hey, I don't want to color the results. Go ahead and let me know in the chat, D or N for Rooftop Run or Spagonia. Let's go to Chun-nan Day while we get the results in. Oh, put a poll. Great idea.
Ah. All right, now I gotta tell you. We have, for example, Chun-nan music. We got 56. All right, let's end the poll here. 56% of you say the evening versus 44 on the day. I gotta tell you, I dig the vibes on the evening. I also dig the vibes on the day. There's something about, we have to go back and listen to it again, but if I'm not mistaken, the day is actually faster than the night in all of the cases we've listened to. More instruments going on, more percussion. Hey, for me, you know, the days sound more sonic, at least to me. That's just one man's opinion. You know? It sounds like a thing in a Sonic game. Why higher tempo, more percussion? Might just be me. Let's listen to Holoska Night. I did skip Dragon Road Day. Sorry. Let's bring the melody back. Like Chun-nan. Yes. Wow, I gotta tell you. Now, I'm not breaking this one down, but I will tell you that for me, Dragon Road Day, I preferred that to Dragon Day Night. Again, just one man's opinion. All right, now, let's listen to Holoska Night, and I'll break some of the music down on this next one. Let's check it out. section. Wow, two things to talk about with Holoska Night. The first is, I'm actually gonna count this out for us. In the A section, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is an odd number of measures. Time. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I know it is. It's an even number of measures, but the way the chord progression goes, it's like this whole thing right here takes 3 measures and then it hits the B flat on the 4th measure. So it almost feels like, wow, that is really cool. All right, so check it out. Normally what would happen is this 1 would happen at the end of the 4th measure and then we'd go back to 1. But no, 4 happens, which feels like we're now going to a different section, but it's not. We actually go back to the 1 here, and this whole thing takes 4 measures. Now, the B section, really interesting too. So the B section goes to the 4 chord. Not terribly uncommon in terms of going to a B section. Then it goes to the 3 minor 7, then it goes to the flat 3, back to the 3 minor 7, then 4 major 7, 3 minor 7, flat 6, and then back to 1 major 7, and we're back to the top. This is a cool chord progression. What's really cool are the borrowed chords. So this chord and this chord right here that I just highlighted, these are borrowed chords, meaning they are from outside of the key. So if we think about this key, or the key of F major, the notes are going to be F, A, F, G, A, B flat, C, and D, and E. Now our flat 3 has the notes of A flat, C, and E flat. So both the A flat and the E flat are from outside the key. And then the flat 6, this guy right here, the notes are going to be D flat, F, and A flat. And that A flat, whoopsie daisy, A flat and the D flat are both from outside of the key, bringing in borrowed notes to create borrowed chords to create an interesting and delicious little spice and twist in the chord progression. Let's keep it going with Cool Edge, which was also my name in high school. Like, hey, Cool Edge, and I'd be like,
Sup, guys?
Ah, absolutely delicious. Let's keep it rocking. Project Dark Gaia. Eggman? Eggman motif? Ah, level. So we just heard the Eggman motif going on with some other nefarious sounds. So I'm going to guess Eggman was doing something, well, nefarious. And you say, well, yeah, Dan, obviously, because that's what Eggman does. He doesn't do not nefarious things. But that's what it sounded like, too. So I'm not wrong. All right, here we go. Oh! Yo, that bass is tight. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold it. We're gonna pull it back for a second. Alright, so something like... one more time. Yeah. Oh my gosh, so what's going on there? Well, actually, it's not Phrygian. In fact, this is what we would call Phrygian major. So we have a Phrygian flat 2. So we have the 1, we have that flat 2, then we have the 3. Phrygian major. Major. And the major's right here. It's that third. There it is. So Phrygian would sound like this. And actually, during the B section, this piece of music does in fact go to Phrygian. However, in the A section, it's Phrygian major. Let's keep it cooking. Next. Phrygian major, right there. That's an oud. I'll listen to that naughty bass. Going in an attitude. Frigid major. All right, so what do we hear? A lot of frigid major. Now the chords we hear, really cool stuff. So it's 1 minor to flat 2 minor, back to 1 minor, to flat 3 minor, to flat 2 minor. And then more frigid major. Really cool stuff. Keep it going, Empire City. The sweet sound of New York City. You hear that? It's a rat dragging a piece of pizza down the sewer. The reason it sounds like clapping is it's a Stratocaster. Or at least Stratocaster style pickups. Oh yeah! Yes, sir. Ah, absolutely gorgeous. Keep it going.
Man, type a 4 in the chat if you're having fun on this stream. Type a 4 in the comments if you're watching this on demand. If you're like, Dan, why aren't you breaking down every single piece of music? Sometimes I just like to listen to it. I'm enjoying it too. Next. Oh! Oh, so good. Now, one thing I want to point out to you, the chord progression here is so cool. We have an A flat. Well, actually, I should call this A flat major. So it's actually an A flat major going down to a G flat minor, a 7 minor. Really interesting to be able to create that. Or whatever. Point is, that's an interesting chord progression right there. But that right there will get you that Arabian Night sound. You want those chords, you can do that. Also, you can throw in a flat 2 will get you a similar vibe as well. So 1 major, flat 2 major, 1 major, 7 minor, and then just have that Phrygian major thing happening. And that'll get you that Arabian Night sound right there. Bada bing, bada boom, Arid Sands.
Oh, come on now. Woo. Come on, baby. Oh, play that thing. Come on. Oh my gosh, that was sick. That was awesome. Let's check out the next one. Versus Titan and Big Mother. Those drums. Phaser, flanger, something. dude.
Again, another piece of music in this OST where the drums are literally, well, in my opinion, literally insane. Listen to this. You hear the drums are going like that kind of a sound? That's a phase effect that's happening on the drums. And they're go panning back. It's, oh my gosh. Wild. Love it. Let's keep it cooking.
Jumper's rent was a week late.
Now, if we think about the underlying harmony, what we can hear, those two notes there, we're going to call these guide tones. Guide tones. And what guide tones are the third and seventh of a seventh chord. Now, why are these called the guide tones? That's because the primary emotional content for the chord is actually held in the third and seventh of the chord. Now, in this case, it's actually going to be the third and the flat seventh. So here, this is actually the third and the seventh, or really the seventh and the third of the A, and then we have the third and the seventh of the D. So it's a 1-4, 1-7 to 4-7 chord progression in the key of A, or we call it A major really, to be like an A dominant. Now what's interesting about these guide tones is it's actually a tritone. Ways like this is a diminished fifth, augmented fourth, and then we're just sliding up and down a half step. And so in fact, I can play an entire piece of music on the guitar, and I have at times played an entire piece of music on the guitar. It's going. If you want to know if you're playing a gig with a piano player and you want to stay out of their way as a guitarist and you're playing jazz and playing jazz blues, you do what I just did. You're just like, piano player, you go burn the calories. I'll be over here having a nice time. Call me when it's time to do my solo, and we'll call it square. All right, let's check out this next one. It's called Skyscraper. Scamper Day. All right, one motif I want to point out to you from this here scamper situation is this right here. So we're in the key of A minor, and it's flat 7, flat 3, 4, flat 7 up an octave to 5. Ooh, delightful. What a great melody. Yeah, here we go. Flat 7 right there. Okay, we're gonna sneeze, and we're gonna listen to this next one while we sneeze. Here we go. Oh, maybe I'm not gonna sneeze. Huh. Out of tune.
Can I just say that is officially my favorite track of this entire OST? The result screen for the E rank. That's amazing. I love that. That is my favorite. Oh yeah, you're right. Indiana Jones really is, yeah, tacked on it. It is like the B section of that. I think I just caught on to it first. Alright, motif 2. Realize motif 1, we're on motif 2. Motif 1D. I can show you the world. Ah! Gorgeous. And in the original key of F that we've been hearing Motif 1 and Motif 2 in, mainly this OST. The World Adventure. You know, I gotta tell you, the fact that they call it the World Adventure and literally the first line of I could show you the world, it's like, huh. I wonder if someone put 2 and 2 together. That might just be serendipity. You know, or they heard it and they forgot they heard it. These things happen. To that bass. Woo.
on. Ah! Absolute fire. Absolute fire. Wow. That was fire. Let's check out the next one. Oh, dang. We got some gamelan action going on here. All right, well, let's have a talk about this piece of music we just listened to. And you might have noticed I was not playing my guitar along with it. Now, one of the reasons why I was not playing my guitar along with it is to do with 440 hertz versus not. And I'm saying, well, what on earth does 440 hertz versus not mean? Well, let me tell you. So, back in the day, a fella named Pythagoras, and I'm just going to write the first part of that because I'm not sure how the rest of it's spelled, but Pythagoras, really smart dude, by the way. He was like, hey, you know how we're making music? And people were like, yeah. He's like, well, there's two different ways we could make music. And everyone was like, oh? And he was like, yeah, so the first way we could do it is we could have everything be in tune, but things wouldn't be in tune with each other. They're like, okay, everything would be in tune with itself, but things wouldn't be in tune with each other. He's like, all right, now option 2. By door number 2, Pythagoras had doors. All right, his door number 1, he opened it up. He was like, all right, over here, everything's going to be perfectly in tune, but it's not going to be in tune with each other, and we can't go change keys. And then behind door number 2, we can change keys whenever we want, but everything's going to be a little bit out of tune. And everyone was like, yeah, okay, door number 2. So basically, everything, even this guitar, by the way, is a little bit out of tune all the time. That's the trade-off for being able to play in any key. Now, let's understand 440 hertz versus not. So 440 hertz, this is where we will compare and actually use as a reference point all of the other notes. We're going to compare them to 440. And when we compare all notes to 440 and we tune them to 440, then we get what this guitar sounds like or what a piano sounds like. Typically, violins, violas, cellos, most of the music you listen to is tuned to 440 hertz.
Now, what we just heard with those gamelons were not tuned to 440 hertz. In fact, some of them are tuned all over the place and have actually nothing to do at all with 440 hertz, which means instruments that are tuned to 440 hertz ain't gonna work with the stuff that is not 440 hertz, because the stuff that's not 440 hertz is either behind door number 1, which, remember, everything's perfectly in tune with itself, but it's not going to be in tune with everything else, or door number 2, right? This is 440 hertz, right? 440 hertz, and everything's tuned perfectly. Now, behind door number 3, now to be clear, you can have 440 over here. You can also have 440 over here. We're just using 440 hertz as a reference point for where everything's tuned to. Now, behind door number 3 is something called microtonal music. And behind door number 3, this microtonal music has nothing to do with this or this. Well, it doesn't have nothing to do with it. It has some to do with this, and has some to do with this, but 440 doesn't really work doing microtonal music. And I'm going to give you examples in a second. I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm going to do some playing here in a second. So, for example, here is what we would call a C note. Here is a D note. Now, between the C and the D note, check this out. You hear all those little variations between the C and the D? Those are what we call microtones. And in fact, we can go even smaller with the microtones. Also, notice how my nose is actually getting more stuffy as I go through this. All right, so we have C to C sharp or D flat. Now listen, between C and C sharp or D flat, listen to the microtones. So type of 3, if you could hear all those microtones, all those teeny tiny variations between the notes, those are microtones, and these are Pythagoras's 3 doors. No, he did not invent the 3 doors, but we're going to call this Pythagoras's 3 doors. There you go. Now, if you're a gamer and you want to create your own music, and you're like, hey, Dan, how do I start making my own music? Well, I'll tell you what. I've got a program. It's called the Gamer Music Creator Guild, and in it, we take gamers who've never created music before in their life, not once, ever, never, and then in an average of 65 and a half days, they have professional quality music on Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube Music, and they start getting their music in indie games. Now, if you want to have that for yourself, because you're a gamer and you want to make music, I'm going to put a link to a page right here in the chat. It's not pinned anywhere else. I just put it in the chat right now. Nowhere else on this stream are you going to get this link. Click on that link. It's going to be a page of all the results we've gotten in our program so far just this year alone. There's going to be a big green button that says apply now. And if you want to apply, you click on that, apply for the program, and we are going to partner with you so you can create incredible music in any genre you want for the rest of your life. So go ahead, crush that. And FSAPO, who's just looked at my books, hasn't even gone through the program, said, repeat again, I have a couple of Dan's books right next to me, and they're fantastic. That's just, by the way, the books are just the start of how we get these incredible results in such a short amount of time. I went to music school for 5 years, and then also had to figure out how to make all the stuff that I wanted to do. We get people in less than 3 months professional quality music. So go ahead, click on that link, and apply now. All right, let's check out this next one. Oh yeah. Come on, baby. Oh! All right, let's talk about the chord progression it was about the middle part. I don't exactly recall which one, but here. Something like this. Now this chord progression is an absolute delight. So we have a 1 power chord to a flat 3 power chord to a flat 6 power chord to a 4 power chord. Now you might be wondering, well, what on earth is a power chord? Well, like we talked about earlier in the stream, a chord is a group of notes put together. Now a power chord is when we have, just like we heard in like the D major before, we were exploring a D major chord. What we have here is we have a C chord, but it's not major and it's not minor. Why? Because we're going to take the third out of the chord. So we're just going to have 1 and 5, no 3. This is what makes a power chord. In this case, I'm actually playing 1, 5, and then 1 an octave higher. And if you're wondering what an octave is, the octave is the word that describes the relationship between two notes when the first note and the second note are either double or half the number of vibrations in the air apart. And that's that thing here. If I play this note and I play this note, type an 8 in the chat if you can hear that these two notes, they're connected somehow. You might not know anything about music, but you can hear they're connected somehow. They sound similar somehow. Type an 8 in the chat if you can hear that. Now that relationship is called an octave. So I'm playing a 1, 5, and then 1 to flat 3, to flat 6, to 4. Oh, majestic. Love it. Love it. Let's keep it cooking. Yeah, it's a great riff. Like we talked about in the previous Adabat, not 440, I'm gonna leave that one alone. I'm just gonna say that was beautiful, and I enjoyed it. Let's check out the next one.
Nice James Bond action. No, it's changing. He's not a loop because there's that dance synth in the back now. Wasn't it a different instrument last time? I might be mistaken. I don't think that's a loop. I think that's different. They say it's just a loop. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Alright, now, this likely is a loop. Alright, okay. Alright, we're gonna pause it here. Look, let's talk about what makes something sound like it's James Bond, right? Because we hear it throughout so many different OSTs. We heard it right here, Jungle Joyride, Sonic Unleashed. We've heard it in so many OSTs where there's like a parody of James Bond. Even some other Sonic OSTs, if I'm recalling correctly, where it's kind of like some spy vibes going on. So what's going on? I'm pretty fly for a spy guy, in case anyone asks you. Now, we have a C minor. Now we have C minor with a flat 6. Now we have a C minor with a regular 6. Now back to a C minor with a flat 6. And oftentimes you hear it presented with fifths. And that's in the key of C. Normally when it's done in the key of E minor, if I'm not mistaken. But the point is, if we were to really actually harmonize it, this is what it would look like right there. So if you ever want to create a piece of music that references that James Bond sound, all you got to do is that. Cool stuff. Let's keep it rocking. In the free world. Dibba 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 da. Possibly Ben. I'm sorry to laugh. This is clearly a serious piece of music, but possibly Ben was being funny in the chat. Right here, this melody is actually outlining what we just talked about. Also, not A440 as far as I can tell, but we have... And that is literally outlining a power chord. That's taking an F power chord, which, by the way, the home key that this entire OST has been in the key of F major. So this should... for you be creating a feeling like nostalgia, a feeling of home, a feeling of sameness, a feeling of continuity. And what do we hear? We hear 1, 5, 1, 5, which also it's also bringing us towards that Oh, I got a cramp on that one. Man, you ever sneeze so hard you cramp up? Ooh. Also, if I told you where I just got a cramp, YouTube would censor me. Oh, goodness me. All right. So, 1515. Now, let's keep it going. You got motif 2. I can show you the world. Motif 1.
Ah. Beautiful. Keep it cooking. Oh yeah. Man, can I just say, I want to take a moment to say I'm just loving just the variation and the variety in this OST. It is touched in so many different music cultures, so many different inspirations, and also, in my opinion, broken ground in terms of like the drum sounds. I've not heard OSTs doing what this OST has done. Truly the music, it's been a unique experience so far. Let's keep cooking. Eggman! A world of adventure. Yes, Yoshi Star. Thank you. Eggman. Eggman. Say it with me. Eggman. Eggman. Yeah, wow, what a way to take one idea, like one motif, and just absolutely crank the most out of it, get so much out of it, get so much mileage out of it, keep it exciting, keep it interesting the entire time, and represent Eggmanland. Let's keep it cooking. There's Eggman's motif. There it is right here in the oboe. Now in the strings. Now it's getting changed, but it's still there. You can still recognize it.
Oh, again, what a way to take one motif and just absolutely crank it into so many pieces of music that are still like, type a 5 in the chat if you found this piece of music interesting and intriguing, even though you know the motif. Type a 5 in the chat. And compositionally, what a lesson to learn. It's like you can have one motif and absolutely just use it over and over and over again in so many different ways and still keep it interesting. It just becomes like an exercise in creativity. Keep it cooking. All right, check this out. Right there, that's total silence. Listen to that again. That goes to, by the way, that is like, you have to do that on purpose. Like, that actually takes a little bit of elbow grease to do, because like you have all these reverbs and all these instruments that have just tails of sound. So even after the instrument stops playing, there's a tail of sound that continues on. You got to automate all of that out. Wow, what a cool break there, and then a drop into the next section. Let's check out this next piece.
Oh. Oh! All right, just double checking. Type it 2 in the chat if you can still hear me if I do it like this. So here, check this out. This is really cool. So what we just heard, this idea right here. That right there. This goes all the way back to the first time the sort of bad guy motif was introduced at the start of this OST. And as you might recall, we had two different parts, or really two different motifs. We had motif 1, which was and the motif 2, which was. Now what we just heard there was actually like a combination between motif 1 and motif 2. It starts off, instead of starting on scale degree 1, it's actually starting off on scale degree 2, and then it's still doing the 2, 3, 4. So it's actually like both motifs come together. How cool is that? So this is actually, in my opinion, we could call this referencing the very first time we heard the sort of bad guy idea at the very start of this OST. Also type a 4 in the chat if you like how we just changed view there. That was cool. All right. Let's keep on cooking. Motif 2. Hey, Nex. That was surprising. Type a 3 in the chat if you just heard me make a sound over the music. Type a 3 in the chat if that came through. That snuck up on me. I did not expect that to happen. All right, let's check out the Egg Dragoon. All right, Eggman motif. I'm gonna let it play straight to the next one. I'll listen to those string things.
sounds like it's backwards.
Ah, oh my gosh. Now, you know what's so cool about this piece of music that I want to point out to you is like if you go and listen to like, let's say, Off or the Binding of Isaac or Lisa the Painful, some of these OSTs that truly sort of live in the world of dissonance and making you feel uncomfortable while you listen to them. At least they make me feel uncomfortable. I don't know, I'm not going to speak for you. They make me feel uncomfortable when I listen to them. When I listen to a piece of music like this, it's like there's the dissonance in there, you clearly up against a boss, but there's this, it doesn't quite get you to that uncomfortable place, right? It's like clearly there's a threat, clearly you got to resolve it, but there's this polished feeling to it, which for me, playing Sonic, Sonic has this polished feeling. Not polished as in gameplay, obviously that's tight. Not polished as in graphics, again, obviously that's tight as well. But there's a feeling that's deeper than that when I play Sonic, and I don't know if it's the same for you. Type a 3 in the chat if you get that feeling when you play Sonic games, and it's a, gosh, it's the dopamine hit, kind of like if you're scrolling Instagram, but it's not like you're floating on a cloud. Like, I would describe the dopamine experience of scrolling on Instagram as like you're floating in this cloud of dopamine, right? And it's a soft, fuzzy thing. But with Sonic, you get that dopamine hit and you're riding the dopamine train, but at the same time, there's this smoothness, this polishedness to it. I'm not sure what that is, but there's something in there. There's something about it. Ugh. Yeah, constant reward. It's something. It's something, but it's slightly different. It's got this polish, it's smooth, and it's got an edge to it, as opposed to just like a fluffy cloud. Anyway, that's my experience of it. Now let's keep it going. Yeah, there's a motif from the beginning. Yeah, there it is. I mean, considering we called it the Dark Gaia motif, like, fine. All right, back to John Williams' Star Wars. Oh my. Something totally different. Something's happening here. Oh, so cool. So what we could hear right there is we could hear the Dark Gaia motif we heard at the very start of the OST coming back here word for word. In fact, it might have even been a copy-paste. I'm not sure, but it sounded like a copy-paste based on like the flute sound and everything. By the way, copy-pasting is not a bad thing. I love to copy-paste. It saves time. Okay, let's keep it going. And what happens next?
exciting. What happens next? It's like motif 2's really getting worked here. Oh yeah, come on. Play backwards. Alright, so what do we hear? We hear motif 2, but motif 2 like it's angry. Yes, it's angry motif 2. Having a bad day. Dark Gaia motif. I'll call it theme, really. Ah! Keep going! Oh, I could show you the world. Yep.
Yep. Motif 2 having a bad time here. There it is. Wow. All right, I want to guess what happens in this cutscene. Based on the music, I'm guessing that the start scene starts off with some bad thing happens, some bad person, like it's Motif 2 having a bad time, but then we're seeing that there's going to be some way we're going to win, or we're seeing some advantage, or we're leveling up somehow by the end of this cutscene. This is my guess. Let me know in the chat how I did with that their guess just based on the music. Let's keep it cooking. Sweet. That's the music being spot on. Gotta get out of the city. Gotta get out of the city. No? Maybe? It's been a while since I heard it. Maybe just the song from the start. Endless possibilities. Yes. Oh yeah, come on now. Oh, I love this. All right, again, I want to point out the percussion here in this piece of music. Just listen to this. There's like 2 drum sets playing at the same time, and listen to the snare sound of the drum kit that's the loudest. That's like distorted like crazy, if I'm not mistaken, or saturation. Wild, wild drum sounds. Love the energy throughout this entire piece. Really bringing in things we heard from the start. I was like, by the way, we're 4.5 hours into this stream. I've got a cold, so if I misremember stuff, I'm like, wait, gotta get out of the city? No, that's not the piece we heard at the start of this. It was Endless Possibilities, so I'm sorry. That's on me. And also giving you, I just gave you, you know, tons of excuses before I said sorry. So I'm without the excuses, I'm also sorry. All right, here we go. Annihilation. All right, Dark Gaia motif. Oh, the Amen break. Got it. Motif 2, aka Motif 1, really? Ah! Goosebumps. Straight goosebumps. Look at that. Goosebumps. Oh, that's motif 2 in there. That's jazzy motif 2. I could show you the world. Oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. What a beautiful treatment of motif 2 there. There's motif 2 again. Ah. And we did it, friends. We made it just on time. My last issue.
My life will go on a long time. Have to catch up when I see you, and you are my reason I can make it through. I will give my word that I will come in time to rescue. My heart will always be with you. I'm so glad.
I just want to say thank you so much for joining me on this stream, and thank you for allowing me to join you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being a pal. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks to J2 Juice for producing the playlist we used today. We are so lucky that we get to spend our time doing this. So lucky. And I'm so grateful that we got to do this together.
I will be there if you need me, and I know you'll do the same. I can see you, I can hear you in my heart. You will be here if I need you. I will never have to guess, 'cause we are very special friends. So send me a letter, let me know how you're doing. You are my lifetime and true friend. Will never be forgotten. Having trust is all we may need. You are always with me in the life I lead. So far, far away from life I used to know. Worries are too far to. I will stop and close my eyes. Remember, end of the rainbow. I can take you. I will catch it for you. Memories you can recall with me any time of day. You can reach out, you can ask me in your soul. I will answer when you call me. I will come no matter how.
Thanks to our super chatters, Nex,
We are very special.
FSAPO, Barminal,
Just like
Space
a
Cowboy.
river that flows, just like stars in the dark night. Lead me in the storm, lead me in the dark. You are the light of my life. I will be there if you need me, and I know you'll do the same. I can see you, I can hear you
All right, my special friend, I wish you a fantastic rest of your day. I'm super grateful we got to spend time here together today. I'm gonna end the stream now. Take care. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Also, I love this OST. It was fantastic, if you were wondering. This was great. Bye.